Welcome! This is the first lesson of the third course. Are you ready? Here we are going to continue with the grammar part, and of course we are going to talk about different subjects and themes and the vocabulary that you might need when talking about those things. Before we start, I would like to use or take the first lesson as an opportunity to go through the Vergangenheit one last time. Vergangenheit was the past tense, remember? So let's see what we learned in the second course about the past tense. In the Vergangenheit, in German, you have two ways of saying something in the past tense. You either choose the verb to have, haben, plus the special form of the verb that include ge. Ich habe gehabt. For example, as you can see, I have watched or I watched in English. In German, translated, it would be Ich habe geschaut. So the main verb is schauen, to watch, and therefore you use haben, or in other words, you say ich habe because the pronoun is I, and the verb haben with I is habe. Ich habe geschaut. And geschaut is the special form of the verb schauen. And those are the forms that you have to learn by heart. Another example would be I wrote. Ich habe geschrieben. Ich habe from the verb haben, and geschrieben, the special form of the verb schreiben. The main thing that you have to keep in mind that haben is usually used with verbs that don't include movements. Like to write something, to do something, to see something. Those are like 70% of all verbs in German. There are some exceptions, however, that you also have to keep in mind. But the main idea that haben comes with verbs where you don't move. And of course, those verbs have to be done in the past. An example would be, yesterday we played football. Gestern haben wir Fußball gespielt. Gestern haben wir Fußball gespielt. Aha, you remember? The special form of the verbs should be the last word in the sentence. In this case, we have gespielt, that comes from the verb spielen. And gespielt would be the end of the sentence. An example would be the verb reden, which means to talk. Let's see. So the special form would be geredet. Geredet. As long as you know that, the only thing that you have to do now is change the verb haben based on the pronoun. So you say, ich habe geredet. Du hast geredet. You talked. SES hat geredet. Wir haben geredet. Ihr habt geredet. And sie haben geredet. That was the first form of the Vergangenheit. The second part is almost the same, but instead of haben, you use the verb sein, or the verb to be. And again, each verb has a special form that usually has ge in it. As an example, I jumped. To jump is springen, and the special form that should also be learned by heart is gesprungen. The pronoun is I, therefore you say ich bin. And the entire sentence would be ich bin gesprungen. I jumped. Ich bin gesprungen. If you can remember, if you want to say something like I was, you have two ways. You could either say ich bin gewesen, and gewesen is the special form of the verb sein. Ich bin gewesen, or you use the shorter form ich war. Ich war. Both versions are correct, however, people usually tend to use ich war more often. Another example would be I went. Gehen. And the special form is gegangen. The pronoun is I, therefore you say ich bin gegangen. Ich bin gegangen. If you compare the verbs with each other, you could see that you use to be or sein with verbs that you actually move while you are doing them. To jump, to go, to swim, and so on. So the differences between haben and sein are only whether you move while doing this verb or not. Again, there are some exceptions, but this is the main rule. A similar sentence would be, yesterday we went home. Gestern sind wir nach Hause gegangen. Gestern sind wir nach Hause gegangen. And again, gegangen would be at the end of the sentence. So here, both haben and sein have the same rule. The special form of the verb would always be at the end of the sentence. Let's go through the verb gehen one more time, which means to go. As you know, gegangen is the special form that never changes. Gegangen. And because it's a verb where you move, you use sein, based on the pronoun, of course. So you say, ich bin gegangen. Du bist gegangen. Sie es ist gegangen. Wir sind gegangen. Ihr seid gegangen. Sie sind gegangen. Do you remember those exercises? You have 5 sentences, and for each sentence, you have 2 possible answers. Read the sentence, try to translate it, and then choose the correct answer. We are going to go through the sentences and explain why this or that are the correct answers in a moment. So let's see. The first sentence is Wo habt ihr gegessen? Wo habt ihr gegessen? Where did you eat? Gegessen comes from the verb essen, and essen is known as a verb where you don't move. Therefore, you use haben. And because the pronoun is ihr, the correct form of the verb haben would be habt. Wo habt ihr gegessen? The second sentence is Ich habe meinen Cousin gestern gesehen. Yesterday, I saw my cousin. Gesehen comes from sehen, and sehen takes the verb haben. The pronoun is ich, therefore ich habe. You see, in a way, it's like a mind game. Like you have to go through it step by step. And with time, you get actually really good at it that you don't have to think about it. The third sentence, for example, is Willst du mit mir spielen? Do you want to play with me? Here, you don't need a verb in the past tense. Therefore, you simply have to say spielen. And as you know, with verbs such as to want, to need, to have to, and so on, to must, for example, all those verbs would be changed by the pronoun, and the second verb, for example, in this case, spielen, stays in the infinitive. Therefore, spielen should be as it is, unchangeable, because wollen, or to want in this case, is the verb that gets changed. Können wir morgen ins Kino gehen? Again, This is the same case as the sentence before. Can we go tomorrow to the cinema? Können is can. And it's also a verb that when used, the second verb stays in the infinitive. Just like wollen in the sentence before. Therefore, you don't need the Vergangenheitsform of the verb gehen. You simply have to add the verb as it is in the infinitive. And finally, wie viel Uhr hast du gekocht? At what time did you cook? Now, based on the meaning of the sentence, you could say gegangen. However, you have hast du. And hast du is an evidence that tells you that the verb should be one of those verbs where you don't move in them. And we all know that gegangen is a verb that takes sein and not haben. Therefore, gekocht is the only correct answer. Let's try it again. Read the sentences and choose the correct answer. So let's see. Ich lebe in London seit 7 Jahren. In English, this sentence means I have lived in London for 7 years. Vor 7 Jahren would be 7 years ago. And the sentence in this case won't make sense. Therefore, the correct answer is only seit. The second sentence, gestern habe ich Deutsch gelernt. Yesterday, I learned German. Studiert is to study, which means to study something at the university, and not to learn something. Therefore, gelernt is the correct form. Wann hast du Österreich besucht? When did you visit Austria? Gegangen would also be correct, however, you have hast du. And hast du, as we know, doesn't go with the verb gehen. But besucht does use haben. Therefore, besucht is the correct answer. Wann magst du ins Restaurant gehen? When do you want or when would you like to go to the restaurant? Essen won't make much sense because we have ins, and ins Restaurant means to the restaurant and not in the restaurant. Here you have to be a bit careful. And finally, wir haben in der Schule Pizza gegessen. We ate pizza at school. Gegessen comes from the verb essen. However, gesessen comes from the verb sitzen, to sit. And it doesn't make sense if you say, yesterday we sat pizza on school, right? Therefore, gegessen is the correct answer. Let's do one final exercise. Was haben Sie gestern gemacht? What did you do yesterday? Try to describe your day in simple sentences. A possible answer would be, gestern bin ich mit meinem Hund ausgegangen. Ich bin in den Park in der Nähe von meinem Haus gegangen und wir sind zusammen gelaufen. Let's go through it step by step. Gestern bin ich mit meinem Hund ausgegangen. Yesterday, I went out with my dog. Ausgegangen comes from the verb ausgehen, which means to go out. And, of course, it's a verb where you use Sein in the Vergangenheit. Therefore, you put bin. Ich bin in den Park in der Nähe von meinem Haus gegangen. I went to the park near my home. In der Nähe means near. Von meinem Haus, near my home or near my house. If you would translate this bit, it would be literally, I went to the park in the nearby area from my house. Therefore, you have to put von meinem Haus. And finally, und wir sind zusammen gelaufen. And we ran together. Zusammen means together, and gelaufen comes from the verb laufen, which, by the way, also takes sein when in the Vergangenheit. Gratuliere! You've just finished your first lesson in the third course. I hope you're still remembering what Vergangenheit is, and we are going to continue from now on with new topics. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen, and welcome back to the second lesson of this course. As I told you in the first lesson, now we are going to start with new topics. Some words, some things might be similar because we had it in the two courses before, but all in all, most of the things should be new to you. And if they are not, consider them as a way to remember the old things. For the first topic, we are going to talk about free time. Free time or leisure time in German means Freizeit. Freizeit. The word hobby in general in German means das Hobby. Das Hobby. Let's start with some hobbies, like drawing. Drawing, or to draw in German, is zeichnen. Zeichnen. And to paint is malen. Malen. Let's see how we can use those two verbs in sentences based on the pronoun. Let's start with ich. Ich zeichne. Du zeichnest. Es zeichnet. Wir zeichnen. Ihr zeichnet. And sie zeichnen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gezeichnet. Ich habe gezeichnet. So the verb zeichnen takes haben, and gezeichnet is the new special form of the verb zeichnen. You might know this verb from the last course. To sing, means singen. Singen. Let's start with ich singe. Du singst. Er, sie, es singt. Wir singen. Ihr singt. Sie singen. And the Vergangenheitsform is ich habe gesungen. Ich habe gesungen. As I said, this should be already known to you. To read is lesen. Lesen. And you use this verb in the following way. Ich lese. Du liest. Er, sie, es liest. So the do form and the SES form are the same. And then back to wir lesen. Ihr lest. And sie lesen. The Vergangenheitsform is, however, ich habe gelesen. Ich habe gelesen. Hiking, which is really popular in Austria, for example, is wandern. It's popular because most of Austria is between the Alp mountains. So everyone here likes to hike. Wandern means hiking. Wandern. And you use this verb the same way as the verbs before it. For example, ich wandere. Du wanderst. Er, sie, es wandert. Wir wandern. Ihr wandert. And sie wandern. However, in the Vergangenheit, this verb, as one could think, does include movement. Therefore, it is ich bin gewandert. Ich bin gewandert. Don't forget this. A hobby such as horse riding in German is reiten. Reiten. This one is an old one. Sport machen is to do sport. Sport machen. To watch TV is Fernsehen. Fernsehen. And of course, schauen as well. Fernsehen. To run, this is also an old word. It means laufen. Laufen. Even though it's an old verb, let's see how we can use this verb in a sentence. Ich laufe. Du läufst. Er, sie, es läuft. Wir laufen, back to the normal. Ihr lauft, and sie laufen. Obviously, this is one of those verbs that take Sein in the Vergangenheit. So you say, ich bin gelaufen, for example. But remember, the forms du and LCS are a bit different. Läufst and läuft, with A umlaut instead of normal A. To go shopping, for example, is einkaufen gehen. Einkaufen means shopping or to shop, and to go is gehen. Einkaufen gehen. And as you can see, or as you can remember, einkaufen is a verb that has two parts in it. Ein and kaufen. Therefore, when you want to use this verb in a sentence, it's a bit more, not difficult, but more different. For example, you say, ich kaufe ein. So the first part is going to be at the end. And you only change the main verb, which is kaufen, which means to buy, but when you add ein at the end, it automatically means to shopping. So we have ich kaufe ein, du kaufst ein, again A umlaut instead of normal A. LCS kauft ein, wir kaufen ein, ihr kauft ein, and finally, sie kaufen ein. So ein is going to be at the end of the sentence, even though you want to add different details to the sentence. And the Vergangenheit is ich habe ein gekauft. So you take the special form of the verb kaufen, which is gekauft, and you add ein at the beginning. Ich habe eingekauft. To dance is tanzen. Tanzen. Try to answer this question. Was machen Sie gerne, wenn Sie Freizeit haben? What do you like to do when you have free time? Was machen Sie gerne means what do you like to do? possible answer would be, for example, wenn ich Freizeit habe, lese ich gerne, schaue Fernsehserien und gehe wandern, wenn es nicht kalt ist. Let's go through it step by step. Wenn ich Freizeit habe, when I have free time, lese ich gerne. Lese ich gerne means I like to read. As I said before, gerne means to like or gladly. Schaue Fernsehserien, watch TV series. Fernsehserien means TV series. Und gehe wandern. And I go hiking. Wenn es nicht kalt ist. When it's not cold. At the end, before we finish this lesson, let's go through the new words one more time. Die Freizeit. Hobbies. Zeichnen. Malen. Singen. Lesen. Wandern. Reiten. Sport machen. TV-Serien or Fernsehserien schauen. Laufen. Einkaufen gehen. And finally, tanzen. And that was the end of the second lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the third lesson. Until then, bye-bye. Willkommen, and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start, if you are ready. As you already know, before we start our new lesson, we are going to go through the old words one more time. Starting with die Freizeit. Hobbies or hobby for the singular form. Zeichnen. Malen. Singen. Lesen. Wandern. Reiten. Sport machen. TV-Serien schauen or Fernsehserien schauen. Laufen. Einkaufen gehen. And finally, tanzen. Our topic for today is going to be vocabulary and verbs that talk about movies and books. In German you say Filme und Bücher. Filme und Bücher. And Bücher is the plural form of the word Buch. Shall we start? First, you have the word story, which you already know, die Geschichte. Die Geschichte. A plot is die Handlung. Die Handlung. Character is der Charakter. Der Charakter. An author is either Autor for the man form or Autorin for the feminine form. Autor, Autorin. As you know, if you want to make a word for a woman, whether it's a profession, for example, or something else, you only have to add en at the end. Autorin. The same thing goes with writer. Schriftsteller, Schriftsteller or Schriftstellerin. Schriftsteller, Schriftstellerin. If you want to say to take place in, you say stattfinden in. Stattfinden in. And as you can see, the verb stattfinden is a verb that has two parts in it. Statt and the main verb finden. Therefore, if you want to use this verb, you change the verb finden based on your pronoun and you add statt at the end of the sentence. Es findet statt means it takes place, for example. Es findet statt. Es findet in Berlin statt. It takes place in Berlin. Es findet in Berlin statt. A sequel is die Fortsetzung. Die Fortsetzung. A main character is Hauptfigur. Haupt, which means main, and Figur is another word for character. Hauptfigur. Try to pronounce it a bit faster. Hauptfigur. Exactly. Now let's go through some adjectives that you can use to describe a movie or a book. For example, exciting would be spannend. Spannend. The opposite, boring, is langweilig. Langweilig. Adventurous is abenteuerlich. Abenteuerlich. An adventure, or in other words, the noun of this adjective is Abenteuer. So be careful. Abenteuerlich is an adjective, adventurous, and Abenteuer is the noun, the adventure. Fun would be lustig. Lustig. The adjective hateful, for example, would be hassvoll. Hassvoll. And Hass means hate, voll means full. So it's the exact translation of the English form. Hassvoll. This might be an old one. Slow is langsam. Do you remember this adjective from previous lessons in previous courses? Langsam. And if you want to say a lot of something, you say viel, and then you add the thing that there is a lot of it. Viel. Let's see if we can answer this question. Beschreiben Sie, which means describe. Beschreiben Sie die Handlung des letzten Buches or Films, den Sie gelesen or gesehen haben. Describe the plot of the last book or movie that you read or watched. The reason why you say Buches and Films is something that you shouldn't worry about for now. Try to answer this question, and we would compare the answers in a minute. A possible answer could be: Das letzte Buch, das ich gelesen habe, war Die 7 Tode der Evelyn Hardcastle. This is my personal answer. If you had something else, that's fine. Das Buch ist lang, aber sehr spannend. Die Geschichte findet in der Vergangenheit statt. Es ist die Geschichte eines Mordes und die Hauptfigur will den Täter finden. So, let's see how much you understand. The last book that I read was The 7 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. The book is long, but really exciting. The story takes place in the past. As you can see, findet in der Vergangenheit statt. Statt is going to be at the end of the sentence. Es ist die Geschichte eines Mordes. It's a story of a crime or a kill, and the main character wants to find the killer. Täter means killer. And will comes from the verb wollen, which means to want. What about you? What's your answer? Now that we are finished, let's go through the new words one more time. Geschichte, Handlung, Charakter, Autor, Autorin, Schriftsteller, Schriftstellerin, stattfinden, Fortsetzung, Hauptfigur, spannend, langweilig, abenteuerlich, lustig, hassvoll, langsam, and finally viel. And gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've learned a lot of new things. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Ready? However, before we start, let's go through the old words from the last lesson one more time. Geschichte, Handlung, Charakter, Autor or Autorin, Schriftsteller, Schriftstellerin, stattfinden, Fortsetzung, Hauptfigur, spannend, langweilig, abenteuerlich, lustig, hassvoll, langsam, and feel. So let's start with the new topic of today. Today we are going to talk about pets. Pets in German means Haustiere. Haustiere. Starting with simple words such as dog, der Hund, der Hund. A cat is die Katze, die Katze. A puppy in German is either Puppy or der Welpe. Der Welpe. A hamster is exactly like the English word, der Hamster. Der Hamster. Just like the word goldfish, which is exactly the same in German as well. Der Goldfisch. Der Goldfisch. However, you have to be careful because fish is written with SCH and not only SH. Goldfisch. A rabbit is der Hase. Der Hase. A snake is die Schlange. Die Schlange. A parrot is der Papagei. Der Papagei. A turtle is die Schildkröte. Die Schildkröte. A doghouse in general is das Hundehaus. Das Hundehaus. Animal house would be das Tierehaus. Das Tierehaus. And so on. A leash is die Leine. Die Leine. A collar is das Halsband. Das Halsband. A cage is der Käfig. Der Käfig. A vet in German could either be der Tierarzt, or die Tierärztin. Die Tierärztin. And the difference is that the first word is the masculine form of the word and the second word is the feminine form. But as you can see, Tierärztin, here you don't only add en at the end, but you also change the a into a umlaut. And those are one of the words that are exceptions. So you add en and you also change a into a umlaut to make the word feminine. And the word Arzt is one of those words. Arzt, Ärztin. Tierarzt, Tierärztin. This might be an old verb for you. To play is spielen. Spielen. However, this might be a new verb. To feed, and especially to feed animals, you say füttern. Füttern. Try to pronounce it again. Füttern. Yeah, exactly. To take a walk, whether it's alone or with your pet, you say spazieren. Spazieren. A walk, or the noun of this verb, is Spazierung. Spazierung. So we have spazieren and we have Spazierung. To train an animal is trainieren. Trainieren. And obviously it comes from the verb, the English verb, to train. Trainieren. However, this verb also goes with humans. So if you want to say, I train for something, you use the same verb. And if you want to say, I train my pet to do something, you use the exact same verb. Trainieren. To chase is verfolgen. Verfolgen. Folgen alone would be to follow. Verfolgen is to chase. However, be careful. This verb is one of the verbs that do include two parts, but they are not separate. So verfolgen stays the same no matter what. Ich verfolge, for example. Ver stays put. To bark is bellen. bellen. Let's see if you can answer this question. Haben Sie ein Haustier? Welche? Was sind seine Gewohnheiten? And Gewohnheiten, as you can see, means habits. Wenn Sie kein Haustier haben, würden Sie, which means would you, würden Sie gerne eines haben? And finally, warum? Answer this question, and an example as an answer would follow in a moment. Don't make it too complicated. Try to answer with simple, not too short, but not too long sentences. And remember, do it step by step. So let's see first what the question actually means. Haben Sie ein Haustier? Do you have a pet? And welche? Which or which kind? Was sind seine Gewohnheiten? What are its habits? However, wenn Sie kein Haustier haben, if you don't have a pet, Würden Sie gerne eines haben? Would you like to have one? And if so, warum? Why? This is my personal answer. Ja, ich habe einen Hundewelpen mit dem Namen Jazz. Jazz liebt es zu spielen, dem Ball und Blättern zu folgen und vor allem liebt er es, bei mir zu schlafen. Now, let's go through the answers step by step. Ja, ich habe einen Hundewelpen mit dem Namen Jazz. Yes, I have a puppy or a puppy dog with the name Jazz. Jazz liebt es zu spielen. Jazz loves to play. Zu spielen means to play. Dem Ball und Blättern zu folgen. To follow the ball and the tree leaves. And here, in this sentence, at the beginning we have Jazz liebt es. Jazz loves to, and then you could say the different things that Jazz likes. In this case, I have Jazz liebt es zu spielen, Blättern zu folgen, and so on. So I don't have to repeat the verb lieben one more time. I just have to write zu folgen, to follow. And the person would understand that I mean that Jazz loves to play and at the same time she loves to follow the leaves and the ball. But however, zu folgen is going to be at the end of the sentence. The same thing goes with zu spielen. For this part of the sentence, zu spielen is the last word. Jazz liebt es zu spielen. Let's continue. Und vor allem, and vor allem means more than everything, liebt er es, bei mir zu schlafen. He loves to sleep with me. Zu schlafen means to sleep. Makes sense now? Now let's go through the new words of this lesson before we finish this lecture. Starting with Haustier or Haustiere for the plural. Hund, Katze, Welpe, Goldfisch, Hase, Schlange, Papagei, Schildkröte, Leine, Halsband, Käfig, Tierarzt, or die Ärztin spielen füttern spazieren, and the noun of the verb spazieren would be Spazierung. Trainieren, verfolgen, and finally bellen. And gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've learned so much and you've enjoyed it while you are doing it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson of this series. As always, before we start, let's go through the words from our last lesson one more time to make sure the pronunciation and everything else is correct. Starting with Haustier or Haustiere for the plural form. Haustier, Haustiere. Hund, Katze, Welpe, Goldfisch, Hase, Schlange, Papagei, Schildkröte, Leine, Halsband, Käfig, Tierarzt or Tierärztin for the feminine form, Tierarzt or Tierärztin, spielen, füttern, spazieren is the verb and Spazierung is the noun of the verb. Trainieren, verfolgen, and finally bellen. So let's start with our new lesson of today. This lesson and the next couple of lessons are going to be about grammar. Starting with Zukunft or the future. Zukunft means future. And don't worry about it, Zukunft in German is actually pretty easy. You only have to use this verb, werden, which translated to English is the same as will. I will play, I will do, I will go, and so on. The same thing is in German. Werden is the main verb. werden. And you change, of course, this verb based on the pronoun. For example, for ich, you say ich werde. I will. Du wirst. You will. Sie, es wird. He, she, it will. Wir werden. We will. Ihr werdet. You will in plural. And finally, sie werden. They will. And then you simply add a verb that you want to do in the future. And of course, the second verb is going to be in infinitive. So you only change the verb werden. Let's see some examples. The first sentence is I will play. Ich werde. And then comes spielen. And be careful because spielen is going to be at the end of the sentence. Just like the other verbs and sentences we talked about. Another example, you will drink. Du wirst trinken. Du wirst trinken. Something like we will do sport is wir werden Sport machen. Wir werden Sport machen. Some words that tell you that the sentence is going to be in the Zukunft or in the future are, for example, tomorrow, which is, as you probably already know, morgen. Morgen. And the day after tomorrow is übermorgen. Übermorgen. Something like in 2 days, for example, is in 2 Tagen. In 2 Tagen. And don't forget the N at the end of Tagen. Even though days or Tag in plural is Tage, in this case you have to add the N. The reason behind it is going to be discussed in the future. But not for now. The same thing goes with years. In 10 years, in German would be in 10 Jahren. In 10 Jahren. Even though the plural form of the word Jahr is, as you already know, Jahre. But in this case, again, you add the N at the end. Next week is nächste Woche. Nächste Woche. And next time is nächstes Mal. Nächstes with an S, Mal. Let's try some sentences. Tomorrow I'll talk to my mother. In German it would be Morgen werde ich mit meiner Mutter sprechen. Morgen werde ich mit meiner Mutter sprechen. So as you can see, sprechen is going to be at the end of the sentence and it's going to be also in infinitive. This is really important. We will read a new book tonight. Wir werden heute Abend ein neues Buch lesen. Wir werden heute Abend ein neues Buch lesen. Again, lesen is going to be at the end of the sentence. You will pay in 3 days. Sie werden in 3 Tagen bezahlen. Sie werden in 3 Tagen bezahlen. So you have the pronoun, the verb, and the word that tells you that the sentence is in the future, which is in 3 Tagen, and the second verb, which is at the end of the sentence. We will learn how to speak German. Wir werden Deutsch sprechen lernen. So, see how many verbs you have in the English sentence. Will, learn, and to speak. So we have 3 verbs. Wir werden, we will, is the first verb. Learn how to speak. In German, it's the opposite. You say sprechen lernen and not lernen sprechen. Because in this case, we will learn. Learn is the main verb. So obviously it's going to be at the end of the sentence. Wir werden Deutsch sprechen lernen. Another way of saying this sentence would be by adding zu. Wir werden Deutsch lernen zu sprechen. But nobody says it like this. This is the correct form. Wir werden Deutsch sprechen, and then the main verb, lernen. Let's see if you've got everything right. Try to translate those verbs and pay attention to the correct pronouns. So let's see the correct answers. We will do Wir werden machen. They will speak. Sie werden sprechen. I will read. Ich werde lesen. They will jump. Sie werden springen. We will be. Wir werden sein. You will have. Du wirst haben. And finally, she will sleep. Sie wird schlafen. And now let's go through the new words of this lesson. Zukunft, morgen, übermorgen, in Tagen or in Jahren, so you add the number of the days or years. Nächste Woche and nächstes Mal. And gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. As I said, Zukunft in German is not that complicated. It's really similar to the English form. I hope you've enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. However, before we start, as always, let's go through the words we learned from our last lesson. Do you remember? The one where we learned how to make sentences in the future. The first word is Zukunft. Zukunft. Morgen. Morgen. Übermorgen. Übermorgen. For example, in 2 Tagen, in 2 Tagen, or in 2 Jahren. In 2 Jahren. And you can simply replace the number 2 with any number you would like. Nächste Woche. Nächste Woche. And nächstes Mal. Nächstes Mal. As I said in the last lesson, the next couple of lessons are also going to be about grammar. And today we're going to talk about accusative. Accusative. So let's go through it step by step and see what accusative actually means. So accusative is a grammar case that changes the articles, which are der, die, and das. Another word to describe accusative is direct object, or the direct object in the sentence. For example, he eats apple. The direct object in this sentence is apple. what does he eat? So the question that you have to ask is was or what. In other words, the noun that could be the answer to the question what is usually accusative. And in German, as a way to recognize accusative, you change the article of the word. However, it is really simple in accusative because the only form that changes is the der article. As you can see below, der would be den or einen. That comes from ein. Other than that, die and das and die for plural stay all the same. So we have die as a direct object, it is also die or eine. The same thing goes with das. It also stays das or ein. And finally, die, the plural die, is also die. So only der changes. And it turns into den when the article belongs to a noun that is a direct object in the sentence. Or der changes when it is the answer to the question was. What does he eat? He eats the apple. Let's take this sentence as an example. Ich kann jeden Tag den Zug nehmen. I can take the train every day. You already know that Zug is der Zug. However, the reason why we can't write der Zug is the following. You know that ich is the pronoun of the sentence. And of course, kann is the main verb, which is can. Jeden Tag is the answer to the question when. We don't need that for now. However, den Zug is the answer to the question was. Was kann ich nehmen? What can I take? I can take the train. So the train is the direct object of this sentence. And because in the original form it's der Zug, you know that der changes into den when it is the direct object. Therefore you say, ich kann jeden Tag den Zug nehmen. And of course, nehmen is the second verb that comes at the end of the sentence. Does it make sense so far? Let's continue. Another sentence would be, we eat the apple and the banana. Wir essen, pronoun and verb, den Apfel. What do we eat? We eat the apple. So the apple is the direct object, and in the original form it's der Apfel. Therefore you change der into den. However, after that you say und die Banane. Die Banane, the article is die, and you know that in accusative die stays the same. So now we have two accusative words or nouns. One of them has to change, the other stays the same. So only the words that have the article der are the ones that you should be careful about. Another sentence is I have read the book. Ich habe das Buch gelesen. Ich habe das Buch gelesen. Was habe ich gelesen? What did I read? The book. Das Buch. And das Buch, the article is das, and das stays also the same. So the direct object of this sentence is das Buch, but it stays the same. Ich habe das Buch gelesen. Why is the ball not here? Warum ist der Ball nicht da? Here you have to be careful. Der Ball in this sentence, for example, is not the direct object. Der Ball is the subject. As you can see, we can't ask the question was in this sentence. Der Ball ist nicht da. Der Ball is the subject and not the direct object. So here it is right and correct to write der Ball and not den Ball, because the meaning of the sentence would be completely different. So be careful. Another sentence. The family has a dog. Die Familie hat einen Hund. Die Familie hat einen Hund. The family is the subject, hat is the verb, and einen Hund is the direct object. However, here we use einen, a dog, and not the dog. Einen Hund is a dog, and den Hund is the dog. Die Familie hat einen Hund. As you can see, while you are building the sentence in your head, you have to be careful about the articles and whether they change or not. At first, that could be difficult and complicated and it takes time, but with practice, you are going to get much faster. Let's see another sentence. My son has a friend. Mein Sohn hat einen Freund. Mein Sohn hat einen Freund. Mein Sohn is the subject, hat is the verb, and einen Freund is the direct object. Was hat mein Sohn? What does my son have? He has a friend. Hat einen Freund. Try to reverse this sentence, which means instead of saying my son has a friend, say my friend has a son. How would the sentence go? The correct answer would be mein Freund hat einen Sohn. So mein Freund is the subject and einen Sohn is the direct object. Correct. However, if the direct object is feminine, for example, mein Sohn hat eine Freundin, my son has a female friend or a friend, eine Freundin stays the same because die or eine are unchangeable in accusative. Mein Sohn hat eine Freundin. Einen Freund, eine Freundin. Another sentence. The sister writes a story. Die Schwester schreibt eine Geschichte. Die Schwester, the subject, schreibt, the verb, and eine Geschichte, the direct object or the answer to the question, was schreibt meine Schwester? What does my sister write? Die Schwester schreibt eine Geschichte. And eine is die Geschichte, and die in accusative stays the same. Let's see if you understand that correctly. This is a simple question. Was wirst du morgen machen? What is the translation to this question? What are you going to do tomorrow? So, try to answer this question by using future forms. And of course, try to add some nouns as direct objects. A possible answer to this question could be: Morgen werde ich ein Buch lesen, einen Film schauen, meine Hausübung machen und ich werde Deutsch weiterlernen. So, what does this mean? Morgen werde ich ein Buch lesen. Tomorrow I will read a book. Einen Film schauen. Watch a movie. So as you can see, you don't have to repeat ich werde or werde ich. It is enough to say the verb one time and then describe or list the things you want to do. Einen Film because it's der Film and it's the direct object here, so you say einen. Meine Hausübung machen. Do my homework. Und ich werde Deutsch weiterlernen. And I will continue learning German. Weiter means, in this case, continue. And again, as you can see, the verbs are always at the end of those sentences. So, how are you doing? Gratuliere! That was the end of this lesson. I hope it wasn't that complicated, and if so, I would recommend for you to read the sentences again, go through the video one more time, and see if it gets any better. Until then, I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Today we are going to continue with the second part of the last lesson. Yesterday we talked about accusative and how it answers to the question was. In other words, accusative are the nouns that are the direct objects in the sentences. Today, we are going to talk about the second part. It is dative. And just like accusative, dative is a grammar case that is used to describe the reason why the articles of the nouns changes sometimes. As you can see here, just like accusative, dative changes the articles, der, die, and das, and of course the plural. However, this only happens when this noun is used as an indirect object, this time in a sentence. In dative, the question asked should be wem, and wem means to whom in English. For example, to whom am I giving the book? Next, we are going to talk about some things that are going to help you to figure out whether the sentence or this noun, dative or accusative. But for now, what you have to know that dative is the same as the indirect objects. And it answers to the question wem, which means to whom. And the third most important thing is that, sadly, dative changes all articles. Not like accusative that only changes der into den. Here, it's going to be a bit more complicated. Starting with der, there in dative is going to be them with an M. And the same goes with einem. The same thing is with das. Das is also changed in dative into dem or einem. Opposite to accusative, where das stays the same and only der changes. In dative, both der and das change into dem or einem. However, die would change to der. It doesn't make any sense, I know, but it is like that. Die in dative changes into der and einer with an R. So in accusative it stays the same, but die in dative is turned into der. And finally, die plural is changed into den, just like the der form in accusative. But in addition, you have to add an N at the end of the noun and not of the article. For example, den Büchern. The original word is die Bücher, and in dative you say den Büchern, so you add N at the end as well. I would recommend for you to draw a map and write how the articles change both in accusative and dative, and run and go through the map several times until you get it. Again, with practice, with time, you are going to get really fast at it and you don't have to think about it anymore. But for now, it is really important to know which article changes to what and in which case, whether it's dative or accusative. It's really important to be able to distinguish between those two cases. So we have der and das into dem and einem. Die is going to be der and einer. And the plural is den with an N at the end of the noun. See, I told you it's more complicated than accusative, where you only change der. But we are going to go through it. Let's see this sentence, for example. Peter gibt dem Lehrer das Heft. So you can easily see that Peter is the subject or the pronoun. Gibt is the main verb. To give comes from geben. Peter gives the book to the teacher. So the question you could ask in the dative is to whom? To whom is Peter giving the book? And the answer is dem Lehrer, to the teacher. And because Lehrer in the original form is der Lehrer, der would change into dem. So you write dem Lehrer. So dem Lehrer is the indirect object. And finally, das Heft. Was gibt Peter dem Lehrer? What does Peter give the teacher? The notebook. So yes, das Heft is in this case the accusative noun. And it stays das Heft because das Heft originally is also das Heft and it doesn't require any changes in accusative. Does it make sense? I told you before that there are some special things that would help you to recognize whether the noun is in accusative or dative. The first thing that you have to know is that there are some special verbs that always take dative. For example, schenken. Schenken means to gift. So you gift something, this is accusative. But to gift someone, this is dative. To whom am I gifting this? See? For example, let's see this sentence. Das Kind schenkt einer Freundin Blumen. The kid gifts a friend flowers. Das Kind is the subject. Schenkt is the verb. Einer Freundin is the indirect object or person. Your question would be, to whom is the kid gifting flowers? To the friend. And die Freundin or eine Freundin in dative would be einer Freundin. And Blumen are the direct object, therefore they say the same. In this sentence, you don't even need an article to the Blumen. Das Kind schenkt einer Freundin Blumen. Another special verb is helfen, to help. To help someone. This someone is always going to be in dative. Ich helfe dem Mann. Ich helfe dem Mann. I help the man. Wem ich helfe? Ich helfe dem Mann. So dem Mann is going to be the answer to the question, wem ich helfe. And because dem Mann is originally der Mann, and der in dative changes into dem, you say dem Mann. Another verb would be gehören. Gehören, which means belong. This something belongs to me. Me is the dative noun. Or for example, in this sentence, the car belongs to a friend. Das Auto gehört einem Freund. The car or das Auto is the pronoun. Gehört, the verb belong, is the verb, obviously. And finally, you are asking to whom does this car belong? And the answer is to a friend, einem Freund. Das Auto gehört einem Freund. Einem Freund because it's originally der Freund or ein Freund, and in dative it changes into einem Freund. And just like the first sentence we saw, the verb geben, to give, is also a special verb. I give something, this is accusative. I give someone, something. Someone is in dative and something is in accusative. For example, in this sentence, ich gebe meiner Mutter einen Apfel. I give my mother an apple. The questions that you could ask are, for example, was gebe ich meiner Mutter? What do I give my mother? I give her an apple. Therefore, einen Apfel, because Apfel is in this case accusative, because it answers to the question was, the direct object. And you add einen because Apfel is originally der, which changes in accusative into den or einen. However, if you ask, to whom am I giving the apple? The answer is, of course, meiner Mutter, to my mother. So this noun is in dative. So we have to change the article based on the case dative. Meine Mutter is the original form, and in dative, the feminine word changes into adding an R. So it's meine Mutter. So as you can see, you can change the articles, der, die, das, ein, eine, mein, meine, dein, deine, and so on. And they all go the same way. Ich gebe meiner Mutter einen Apfel. The second special thing that you have to know is that dative usually comes in nouns that are before prepositionen, prepositions. For example, in this sentence, the man goes to the bus station. In German, you would say, der Mann geht zu dem Bahnhof. Zu means to, and dem Bahnhof should be in dative. Because the second most important question that is asked by dative is wo, which means where. Wo. Where does the man go to? The man goes to the bus station. Bus station, it is dative because it comes after zu, which is a preposition. It's originally der Bahnhof, therefore in dative der changes into dem, and you write dem Hauptbahnhof or dem Bahnhof. This doesn't apply to all prepositions. There are some that are not for dative, but for now we are going to go through the ones that are for dative. So the first one is zu, and then comes mit or with. For example, in this sentence, I play with the kid. Ich spiele mit dem Kind. Ich spiele, pronoun verb, mit, preposition. Therefore, automatically you should know that the noun after mit would be in dative. In this case, das Kind changes into dem Kind. Ich spiele mit dem Kind. Ich spiele mit dem Kind. And the final preposition for today is by, at. For example, you are at a friend's place. Du bist bei einer Freundin. The word place, you don't have to mention this in German. You are at a friend, translated into English, is the same as you are at a friend's place. Du bist, pronoun verb, bei, preposition, einer Freundin, a dative noun. Die Freundin changes into, or eine Freundin changes into einer Freundin in dative. So we have zu, mit, and bei. As I said, there are a couple of more, but for now we are going to focus on those three. Let's look at more general sentences. Like, do you want to help my friends? Willst du meinen Freunden helfen? See here, the verb that you should pay attention to is the last verb, helfen. And helfen is a verb where the noun is in dative. Therefore, you say meinen Freunden. Why meinen Freunden? Because you are talking about plural. And as we know, plural words in dative, the D changes into den. In other words, meinen instead of meine. And as you can see, you add the N at the end of the word Freunde. So it's Freunden. The meaning stays the same, with or without N. Freunde and Freunden both mean friends. But it is necessary to write the N at the end. Willst du meinen Freunden helfen? Wir sind in der Schule. We are at school. In is also a preposition that takes dative. Therefore, you change die Schule into der Schule. Wir sind, pronoun verb, in, preposition, der Schule, the changed noun with the correct article. Wir sind in der Schule. I understand that at the beginning this could be a bit confusing, but again, with time and practice, it's going to get easier. Try to write some sentences. Try to practice. Try to talk in front of the mirror, for example, and build more complicated sentences now that you are capable of. The last sentence is, the house belongs to my family. Belongs is a verb where the noun is dative after. Therefore, you say, das Haus gehört meiner Familie. Das Haus gehört meiner Familie. So you change meine into meiner to make it obvious that Familie is the noun in dative. Try to answer this question. Was willst du morgen machen? What are you going to do tomorrow? Use future verbs and use nouns in both accusative and dative. And we will see what we could say. possible answer could be: Ich werde morgen mit meinem Hund spazieren gehen. Ich will meine Familie besuchen. Dann werde ich Kaffee in einem Restaurant trinken. Am Abend werde ich in meinem Schlafzimmer ein Buch lesen und dann schlafen. Tomorrow I will go on a walk with my dog. I want to visit my family. Then I will drink coffee in a restaurant. At the evening, I will read a book in my bedroom and then I will sleep. So, how are you doing? And that was the end of this lesson. Now that you know future, accusative, and dative, you would be able from now on to build more complicated sentences, and correctly, of course. So, take it step by step. Go through the things we learned so far, and then come back. Next lesson we are going to practice. So, if you feel that you are ready, we are going to continue. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Because the last 3 lessons were a bit complicated because we talked about grammar and new stuff, today we are going to take it easy and we are going to practice. So you are going to get some exercises and you have to solve them, and we will go, of course, through the correct answers together, and I will try to explain why the correct answers are actually correct. So, are you ready? Let's start with a simple question. Was ist Ihr Lieblingsbuch oder Lieblingsfilm? Try to create a bit more complicated sentences than the ones you wrote in the second course. Now that you know accusative and dative and Zukunft, try to mix it up a bit. Okay? A possible answer is, for example, mein Lieblingsbuch ist Lord of the Rings. Es ist ein sehr langes Buch, aber sehr spannend. Es ist eine Geschichte von Abenteuer mit vielen verschiedenen Charakteren. My favorite book is Lord of the Rings. Es ist ein sehr langes Buch. It's a very long book, aber sehr spannend. But very exciting. Es ist eine Geschichte von Abenteuer. It is a story of adventure. Abenteuer means adventure. And finally, mit vielen verschiedenen Charakteren, with many different characters. Verschiedene means different. What about you? What did you write? Another question. Was ist das Hobby von deinem besten Freund? What is the hobby of your best friend? Besten Freund means best friend. A possible answer, for example, is das Hobby von meiner besten Freundin. Now you are talking about a female friend. Ist das Backen. Wenn sie Zeit hat, backt sie tolle Desserts und macht ihre Familie und Freunde glücklich. Genau wie ich. Let's try to translate this sentence. The hobby of my best female friend is to bake, or the baking. Whenever she has time, she bakes amazing or great desserts. Toll means great. und macht ihre Familie und Freunde glücklich. And she makes her family and friends happy. Genau wie ich, just like me. In this case, you are saying that even you are getting happy every time she bakes. You already know this exercise. Read the sentences and choose one of the two correct answers. We are going to discuss the correct words in a moment. Those are the correct answers. The first sentence: Ich esse einen Kuchen. I eat a cake. Or I am eating a cake. The article of Kuchen is der. And as you can see, Kuchen in this case is a direct object, which means it's accusative. Was esse ich? Ich esse einen Kuchen. So the der changes into den and ein changes into einen. Morgen werde ich die Hausübungen von meiner Schwester machen. Tomorrow I will do the homeworks of my sister. I think this one an easy one. Ich takes the verb werde and not werden. However, as you can see in the second part of the sentence, von meiner Schwester, you can see that von is a preposition that where the articles after it always come in dative. Von meiner Schwester. Die Schwester, der Schwester. Meine Schwester, in dative would be meine Schwester. First sentence. Jedes Jahr gehen mein Mann und ich nach Australien. Each year, my man or my husband and I go to Australia. Mein Mann und ich. This is the same as the pronoun wir. Therefore, you have to choose gehen and not gehe. And finally, in London habe ich einer Frau geholfen. The verb in this sentence is geholfen, which comes from the verb helfen, to help. In London, I helped a woman. Helfen, as you already know, is one of those verbs where the noun after it always comes in dative. And the noun in this case is Frau or die Frau. However, because it's helfen, die Frau would become der Frau, or eine Frau would become einer Frau with an R. Therefore, you say einer Frau. Let's continue with something easier, for example. Read those verbs with the pronouns and try to translate them. The correct answers are: will pay, wir werden bezahlen. They will eat, sie werden essen. I will talk, ich werde reden. They will be, sie werden sein. You will drink, wir werden trinken. You will have to, du wirst müssen. She will speak, sie wird sprechen. And finally, he will be able to, or he will can, but actually nobody says it like this. In German it's wird können. Wird können. Let's continue with a more complicated and deep question. Wo sehen Sie sich in 5 Jahren? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Again, try to come up with more complicated sentences. a possible answer is: In 5 Jahren werde ich eine Frau sein, die mit ihrem Leben glücklich ist. Mit einem Job, den sie liebt. Und einer Familie, die sehr groß ist. Ich werde wahrscheinlich die gleichen Aktivitäten machen, die ich auch jetzt mache. Let's go through the sentences step by step. In 5 Jahren werde ich eine Frau sein, die mit ihrem Leben glücklich ist. In 5 years, I will be a woman who is happy with her life. Die mit ihrem Leben. Die in this case means who. And mit ihrem, because Leben is das Leben, and in Dative it becomes dem Leben. Mit einem Job, den sie liebt, with a job which she likes or loves, und einer Familie, die sehr groß ist, and a family that is really big. Ich werde wahrscheinlich die gleichen Aktivitäten machen, die ich auch jetzt mache. I will probably, wahrscheinlich means probably. I will probably do the same activities that I do now. Gleichen or gleiche means the same. Back to this kind of exercise. Read the sentences and choose the correct answer. The correct answers are: Man kann nicht immer mit dem Auto fahren. One cannot always drive with the car. Mit dem Auto, obviously, because you have mit, and mit means automatically dative. Die Schüler helfen dem Lehrer. Again, this should also be an obvious one because helfen always means dative. Ich stehe genau in der Mitte. In is also equals to dative. Therefore, die Mitte would be der Mitte. Mitte means, by the way, in the center, in the middle. Der Vater schenkt seinen Kindern viele Geschenke. The father gifts his children many gifts. Schenken means dative. However, the noun is in plural, therefore you have to be careful about two things. First of all, you have to write an N at the end of seine, so it becomes seinen, and the noun itself should also end with an N. So Kindern and not Kinder. Gratuliere! That was the end of this practice and build lesson. I hope it wasn't that difficult and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen zurück and welcome back to a new lesson. The last lesson we finished practicing for accusative, dative and Zukunft. And now we are going to continue with new things, new words, and of course new grammar. Today, the lesson is going to be about dreams in the future. Zukunftsträume. Zukunftsträume. Zukunft, the connecting S, and Träume. Zukunftsträume. Dreams about the future or future dreams. Let's start. To create a family, for example, is eine Familie gründen. Eine Familie gründen. So as you can see, in English, you say the verb and then the noun. But in German, to create a family would be eine Familie gründen. So you put the noun and then the verb. To find a stable job, einen festen Arbeitsplatz finden. Einen festen Arbeitsplatz finden. And you say einen because Arbeitsplatz in this case is the direct object. To find what? To find a stable job. And fest means stable. To be successful, erfolgreich sein. Erfolgreich sein. Erfolg means success and erfolgreich means successful. To buy a house, ein Haus kaufen. Ein Haus kaufen. Ein Haus stays ein Haus because it is, in this sentence, in the accusative, and thus in accusative stays the same. Therefore, you don't need to change anything. To have children, Kinder haben. Kinder haben. And here you don't have to add an article because Kinder is a plural noun. To be satisfied in general is zufrieden sein. Zufrieden sein. To travel the world is die Welt reisen. Die Welt reisen. Die Welt is here also in accusative. To travel what? To travel the world. But because it's feminine and feminine articles in accusative also stay the same, you are allowed to say die Welt. To be rich is reich sein. Reich sein. Reich sein. To have my dream job, meinen Traumjob haben. Meinen Traumjob haben. Traum means dream. And you say meinen because Traumjob is there. And in this case, it is an accusative. To have what? To have my dream job. Therefore, you write meinen. To finish university studies, or to finish university in general, die Universität beenden. Die Universität beenden. Beenden means finish. And die Universität stays die Universität because it's an accusative. And die in accusative stays unchangeable. Something more fancy, like to have a boat, is ein Boot haben. Ein Boot haben. The word or the noun is das Boot, therefore you only have to say ein Boot. And be careful. Boot is written with 2 O's in German. And not like OR, the English version. To have a house on the beach is ein Haus am Strand haben. Ein Haus am Strand haben. As you can see, haben or the verbs in general in those cases are always at the end of the sentences. Ein Haus am Strand haben. However, if you use the verb with a pronoun, for example, ich habe ein Haus am Strand, the verb would automatically be the second word in the sentence, right after the pronoun. Ein Haus am Strand haben. Ich habe ein Haus am Strand. And this goes with all words and sentences that you've learned today. To be healthy is gesund sein. Gesund sein. Gesundheit is health. And to be healthy, gesund sein. Gesundheit, gesund. Let's do this exercise. Answer the following question. Was sind Ihre Träume für die Zukunft? Try to use the new words we had today and try to be careful about accusative and dative. A possible answer could be: Für meine Zukunft hoffe ich auf eine gute Gesundheit. Ich möchte auch ein Strandhaus haben und hoffentlich habe ich auch ein Boot. What does this mean? Für meine Zukunft, for my future, hoffe ich auf, and hoffe ich auch means I hope for, eine gute Gesundheit, a good health. Ich möchte auch ein Strandhaus haben. I also want to have a beach house. Strandhaus, Beach House. Und hoffentlich and hopefully habe ich auch ein Boot. I also have a boat. What about you? What are your dreams? Let's go through some of the new words we had in this lesson. Träume, which is the plural form of Traum, dream, dreams. Träume. Fest, which means stable. Erfolg, success. Zufrieden, satisfied. Reich, rich. Traumjob, dream job. Boat is boat. And finally, Gesundheit, which is the noun of gesund, health. Gesundheit. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Are you ready? Bist du bereit? Wait a second. Before we start, let's go through the words from our last lesson one more time. Träume, Träume, which is the plural of Traum, dream. Fest, Fest, which has two meanings. It's either a party or stable. Fest as a party is a noun, and fest as a stable is an adjective. Erfolg, Erfolg. Zufrieden, Zufrieden. Reich, Reich. Traumjob, Traumjob. Boot, Boot. And finally, Gesundheit, Gesundheit. Do you remember the adjective of Gesundheit? Gesund, correct. Our last lesson was about dreams in the future. Today, we are going to talk about the weather in the future, or tomorrow's weather. In German, das Wetter von morgen, the weather of tomorrow. Das Wetter von morgen. It will be hot. Es wird heiß sein. Es wird heiß sein. It will be. Es wird sein. And then when you add hot or anything else, you put it between wird and sein. Es wird heiß sein. The opposite, it will be cold. Es wird kalt sein. Es wird kalt sein. The complete opposite, it will be neither hot nor cold. In German is es wird weder heiß noch kalt sein. Es wird weder heiß noch kalt sein. So, neither nor in English is translated into weder noch in German. And obviously the verb sein is at the end. Es wird weder heiß noch kalt sein. And this applies to everything. Weder noch, neither nor. It will be nice, or it will be good weather. Es wird gutes Wetter sein. Es wird gutes Wetter sein. Now let's start with some verbs. It will rain. Es wird regnen. Es wird regnen. So as you can see, or as you can remember from our last lesson, regnen means rain. The same thing goes with it will snow. Snow is an old word for you. You had it in the second course, and it is schneien. Schneien. It will snow, therefore is es wird schneien. Es wird schneien. It will be stormy, or there is going to be a storm. In German is es wird einen Sturm geben. Es wird einen Sturm geben. Geben means to give. However, in this case, geben comes from es gibt. There is. Remember? And es gibt in the future is es wird geben. There is going to be a storm. Es wird einen Sturm geben. I understand that in English this doesn't make sense to use the verb to give in such a sentence, but in German it actually makes sense. It will be cloudy. Es wird bewölkt sein. Es wird bewölkt sein. And bewölkt is the adjective of cloud. Wolke. Es wird bewölkt sein. It will be cloudy. Es wird bewölkt sein. It will hail. Es wird hageln. Es wird hageln. Hageln is a new verb now. It means to hail. It will be windy. Es wird windig sein. Es wird windig sein. And just like bewölkt, windig is an adjective that comes from the noun wind. The wind. Wind, windig. The noun and then the adjective. Es wird windig sein. It will be a beautiful day. Es wird ein schöner Tag sein. Es wird ein schöner Tag sein. The opposite. Es wird ein schrecklicher Tag sein. Es wird ein schrecklicher Tag sein. Schrecklich is also a new word which means terrible or awful. Schrecklich. Es wird ein schrecklicher Tag sein. The question, what's the weather like tomorrow, should not be with the verb werden. It could be, it doesn't have to. You can simply say, wie ist das Wetter morgen? Wie ist das Wetter morgen? The fact that you have the word morgen in your question is enough evidence that the sentence or the question is in the future, that you are asking about something in the future. You don't have to write werden as well. You could, you don't have to. Too much, whether it's about the weather, about homeworks, about how difficult the German language is, you can simply say zu viel. Zu viel means too much. Zu viel. The opposite, a little, ein wenig. Ein wenig. And this is the literal translation of the English form. A is ein and little is wenig. Wenig is little in the sense of quantity and not size. Now, let's answer this question. Wie ist das Wetter morgen in Ihrer Stadt? How is the weather tomorrow in your city? Try to use some of the new words and try to build a bit more complicated sentences. A possible answer could be: Morgen ist es sonnig, aber es ist weder zu heiß noch zu kalt. Es wird allerdings ein wenig windig sein. What does this mean? Morgen ist es sonnig. Tomorrow it's sunny. Aber es ist weder zu heiß noch zu kalt. But it's neither too warm nor too cold. Zu heiß and zu kalt mean too warm and too cold. Es wird allerdings, it will be however, ein wenig windig sein. It will be however a bit or a little bit windy. Ein wenig windig, a little bit windy. Or a little windy. Now, let's go through the new words. Weder noch means neither nor. Weder noch. Hagel, hail, Hagel, schrecklich, terrible, schrecklich, zu viel, too much, zu viel, and finally, ein wenig, a little, ein wenig. And gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Willkommen, and welcome back to a new lesson. Before we start, let's go through the words from our last lesson one more time. Weder noch means neither nor. Weder noch. Hagel means hail. Hagel. Schrecklich is terrible or horrible. Schrecklich. Zu viel is too much. Zu viel. And you could also say zu heiß or zu kalt as too warm or too cold. Zu viel. Ein wenig means a little. Ein wenig. For example, ein wenig kalt, a little cold. Our lesson for today is going to be about sentences and words that you could use if you want to meet up with friends in the weekend, for example. In German you say Freunde am Wochenende treffen. Freunde am Wochenende treffen. Freunde means friends. Am Wochenende means at the weekend. And treffen means to meet, which you already know. A question such as do you have plans for the weekend is hast du Pläne für das Wochenende? Hast du Pläne für das Wochenende? Pläne is the plural form of plan, and für means for. Das Wochenende is the weekend. Hast du Pläne für das Wochenende? Ich bin beschäftigt means I'm busy. Ich bin beschäftigt. Ich bin beschäftigt. The opposite is ich habe frei. Ich habe frei, for I'm free. You could say ich bin frei. You can also say ich habe frei. I don't know what the reason is, but both forms are correct. Ich habe frei or ich bin frei. I don't know what I will do is ich weiß nicht, was ich machen werde. Ich weiß nicht, was ich machen werde. Ich weiß nicht is the first sentence and the second sentence is was ich machen werde. And as we learned in the second course, the verb in the second sentence should be at the end of the sentence. Therefore is werde at the end of the sentence. Ich weiß nicht, was ich machen werde. I will go to the cinema. Ich werde ins Kino gehen. Ich werde ins Kino gehen. And as you know, to the cinema is always ins Kino, no matter what. Ins Kino. You can't say zu Kino. That's wrong. I will go out with my boyfriend or girlfriend. Ich werde mit meinem Freund ausgehen. Oder ich werde mit meiner Freundin ausgehen. Mit meinem and mit meiner, because mit is dative, therefore der becomes them and die becomes der. Meinem, meiner. I will be at my parents. Ich werde bei meinen Eltern sein. Ich werde bei meinen Eltern sein. Now, this is a sentence where you have dative because of by. So, meine would become meinen, because the plural is den in dative. However, the word parents is Eltern, so there is already an N at the end. Therefore, even if the word is in dative, you don't have to add an extra N, because you already have one. Ich werde bei meinen Eltern sein. I will have dinner in a restaurant. Ich werde in einem Restaurant zu Abend essen. Ich werde in einem, because in, therefore it's dative, in einem Restaurant zu Abend essen. And zu Abend means in the evening. So I will eat in a restaurant in the evening. I will see what to do. Ich werde sehen, was zu machen ist. Ich werde sehen, was zu machen ist. Ich werde sehen is the first part. Was zu machen ist the second sentence. Therefore, ist should be at the end of the sentence. Ich werde sehen, was zu machen ist. I will see what to do. I will think about it later. Ich werde später darüber nachdenken. Ich werde später darüber nachdenken. Nachdenken means to think about. And darüber is another word for about. So in this sentence you have two words for about. However, it's correct. Ich werde später darüber nachdenken. I will get some rest. Ich werde mich etwas ausruhen. Ich werde mich etwas ausruhen. Sich ausruhen is to get rest. And etwas in this case means some. Ich werde mich etwas ausruhen. And you say mich because the pronoun is ich and sich changes with ich and becomes mich, as you already know. Remember? Mich, dich, sich, uns, euch, sich. I will see some friends. Ich werde einige Freunde sehen. Ich werde einige Freunde sehen. Einige in this case also means some. I will see some friends. And you say einige and not etwas because Freunde are persons. And for persons you use einige. I will have to study. Ich werde studieren müssen. Ich werde studieren müssen. Now, this sentence could be different based on the thing you want to say. If you want to say, I have to study in the university, then you use the verb studieren. But if you have to say, I will have to study as if in, I will have to study for the exam, then you say, ich werde lernen müssen. Ich werde lernen müssen. I will take a tour is ich werde eine Tour machen. Ich werde eine Tour machen. Let's try this exercise. This is a dialogue, and the black lines are going to be mine. And in between, you have to write some answers and some sentences that go well with the questions that I ask you. Hallo, was machen Sie an diesem Wochenende? You say something and then I say, ich werde zu Hause bleiben. Ich weiß nicht, was ich machen muss. Was machen Sie nachts? Nachts is another way of saying at night. Ich verstehe. Können wir uns treffen? So, you have 3 questions, you have to write 3 answers. And at the end, we are going to have a dialogue. So try it. Translate the questions and see what they mean, and then answer them. This is one of the possible answers. Let's read it together. Hallo, was machen Sie an diesem Wochenende? Hi, what are you doing this weekend? Ich bin bei meinem Cousin zu Hause. Und Sie? I am at my cousin's place. And you? Ich werde zu Hause bleiben. Ich weiß nicht, was ich machen muss. Was machen Sie nachts? I will stay at home. I don't know what to do. What are you doing at night? Ich weiß es nicht. Ich habe nichts geplant. I don't know. I didn't plan anything. Ich verstehe. Können wir uns treffen? I understand. Can we meet? Warum nicht? Why not? What about you? What did you write? At the end, try to answer this question. What are you going to do this weekend? Tell me about your plans. Was machen Sie an diesem Wochenende? A possible answer is: Ich treffe mich dieses Wochenende mit ein paar Freunden. Wir gehen spazieren, weil alle Bars geschlossen sind. Am Abend bleibe ich zu Hause. Let's translate it. Ich treffe mich dieses Wochenende mit ein paar Freunden. I'm meeting up with some friends this weekend. Wir gehen spazieren, weil alle Bars geschlossen sind. We are going on a walk because all bars are closed. Am Abend bleibe ich zu Hause. At the evening, I'm staying home. And gratuliere! That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, I hope it was helpful, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen zurück and welcome back. Let's start with our new lesson. Today we are going to talk about future trips and some sentences that you might need when talking about the trips and travel associated things that you want to do in the future. Future trips in German means zukünftige Reisen. Zukünftige, which is the adjective coming from the noun Zukunft. Zukünftige and Reisen, trips. Zukünftige Reisen. Shall we start? Starting with a question like, will you go somewhere in 2 months? Fahren Sie in 2 Monaten irgendwohin? Fahren Sie in 2 Monaten irgendwohin? When talking about travel, in general, you usually use the verb fahren and not gehen. Because gehen means that you are going on your feet. But fahren is about driving somewhere or flying somewhere. And irgendwohin means to somewhere, literally. Only somewhere means irgendwo. But if you want to say that I'm going to a specific destination, then you say irgendwohin. Fahren Sie in 2 Monaten irgendwohin? I will travel as much as I can. Ich werde so viel wie möglich reisen. Ich werde so viel wie möglich reisen. As much as I can, so viel wie möglich. In other words, literally is translated into as much as possible. Ich werde in ein heißes oder kaltes Land gehen means I will travel to a warm or cold country. Ich werde in ein heißes oder kaltes Land gehen. I will be away for the weekend. Ich werde dieses Wochenende weg sein. Ich werde dieses Wochenende weg sein. Weg, as you already know, means away. And dieses means this weekend. I will take some days off. Ich werde ein paar Tage frei nehmen. Ich werde ein paar Tage frei nehmen. Ein paar means a couple of days. And frei means free. So if you say frei nehmen means to take off in English. I'll go to the seaside. Ich werde an das Meer gehen. Ich werde an das Meer gehen. Ich werde an das Meer gehen. The reason why you say an das Meer and not, for example, zu Meer, you don't have to think about it for now. I'll go to the mountains. Ich werde in die Berge gehen. Ich werde in die Berge gehen. I will book a flight. Ich werde einen Flug buchen. Ich werde einen Flug buchen. Einen because Accusative, the direct object. Was werde ich buchen? Ich werde einen Flug buchen. I will take a ticket. Ich werde ein Ticket nehmen. Ich werde ein Ticket nehmen. I'm calling to book a room. In German it's ich rufe an, um ein Zimmer zu reservieren. Ich rufe an, um ein Zimmer zu reservieren. Reservieren is the same as buchen. You can also say buchen in this sentence. Ich rufe an, I'm calling, in this case means zu, and ein Zimmer zu reservieren, to book a room. And I understand that in this case the German sentence has two tus in it. You have and zu, which they both mean to, but in German this is how you say a similar sentence. Ich rufe an, ein Zimmer zu reservieren. I will wait for some news. Ich werde auf Neuigkeiten warten. Ich werde auf Neuigkeiten warten. Neuigkeiten means news in this case. And auf, I'm waiting for. I hope that you don't need to use this sentence, but if you do, I need to quarantine in German is Ich muss in Quarantäne gehen. Ich muss in Quarantäne gehen. I will see where I can go. Ich werde sehen, wo ich hingehen kann. Ich werde sehen, wo ich hingehen kann. And hingehen means to go to a specific place. And not only go. You could say simply gehen, but if you want to sound more fluent, you could use hingehen instead. I will save money to travel. Ich werde sparen, zu reisen. Ich werde sparen, zu reisen. I will save money to travel. You could say, ich werde Geld sparen, like actually use the word money, which is Geld, in this sentence, but the verb sparen is usually only used with money. So it's automatically understandable that you mean money. And again, you have your zu reisen, to travel. Think about it like that. Is to, and zu would or should come right before the verb anyway. In the future, we are going to discuss more examples that explain this situation much better. Now, I want you to answer this question. Werden Sie in Zukunft irgendwo hingehen? Werden Sie in Zukunft irgendwo hingehen? Irgendwo means somewhere. Irgend, as if some, and where, as in wo. Try to answer this question, try to use some of the things we learned today, and be creative. possible answer could be: Ich werde über die Osterfeiertage nach Italien fahren, um meine Familie und Freunde zu sehen. Ich werde so bald wie möglich weitere Reisen planen. Let's see what this means. Ich werde über, which means over, just like when you say in English, over the holiday. Ich werde über die Osterfeiertage. Osterfeiertage means Easter. Or actually, Oster means Easter and Feiertage are the celebration days. Ich werde über die Osterfeiertage nach Italien fahren, um meine Familie und Freunde zu sehen. To see my family and friends. And as you can see, we use both and zu. To see my family and friends. Ich werde so bald wie möglich weitere Reisen planen. I will plan other trips as soon as possible. Bald means soon. And when you say so bald wie möglich, you are saying as soon as possible. And you could use this combination to anything. For example, as fast as possible, so schnell wie möglich, and so on. Weitere Reisen means another or other trips. And planen comes from the verb to plan. Now, before we finish, let's go through the new words one more time. Reisen, reisen, an das Meer, an das Meer, in den Bergen, in den Bergen, der Flug, buchen, Nachrichten or Neuigkeiten. Both words mean the same thing. News, Nachrichten, Neuigkeiten, Quarantäne, and finally sparen. Gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you could use those words soon. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Willkommen zurück. And welcome back to a new lesson. As always, before we start, those are the words from our last lesson. Let's read them together one more time to make sure we've got everything right. Reisen, reisen, an das Meer, an das Meer, in den Bergen, in den Bergen. Der Flug. Der Flug. Buchen. Buchen. Nachrichten. Nachrichten. Quarantäne. Quarantäne. Sparen. Sparen. And that's it. Today you have a very special lesson. This is the coronavirus lesson, which means we are going to go through some words that could be useful with the topic of corona in general. In German, you could either say coronavirus or COVID-19. COVID-19. This word you already had in the last lesson. Quarantine, which means Quarantäne. 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 A pandemic is Pandemie. Pandemie. For lockdown, you have two words. You could either say lockdown, just like the English word, or you could say Abschließung, which is the translation of lockdown. Abschließung. Lockdown oder Abschließung. Social distancing is soziale Distanzierung. Soziale Distanzierung. Distanzierung. Distancing. A mask is die Maske. Die Maske. A COVID swab is COVID Abstrich. COVID Abstrich. And if you want to say no swab, you say Nasenabstrich. The same with mouth swab, Mundabstrich. Attestation form is Bestätigung. Bestätigung. Something like maximum number of people is maximale Anzahl von Personen. Maximale Anzahl von Personen. Personen is persons, and in plural the word already has an N in it. Therefore, you don't have to add an extra N even though it is in the dative form because of fun. Something like contact to a COVID case, Kontaktfall, or Kontaktperson. Kontaktfall or Kontaktperson. So you could simply say, ich bin eine Kontaktperson. Hopefully you won't need to say that, but in case. Kontaktfall, Kontaktperson. Curfew is Ausgangssperre. Ausgangssperre. Try it again. Ausgangssperre. Ausgang comes from the verb ausgehen, which means to go out. And Sperre is curfew. And as you can see, there is also this connecting S. Ausgangssperre. Borders are die Grenzen. Die Grenzen. One border is die Grenze, and plural, many borders, are die Grenzen with an N. Open borders or closed borders are either geschlossene Grenzen, geschlossene Grenzen, or offene Grenzen. Offene Grenzen. Geschlossene comes from the verb schließen, which means to close. You already know the verb schließen, right? To close. And geschlossene is the adjective. The same thing with offene. Offene means open, and the verb from this adjective is offen. Geschlossene Grenzen, offene Grenzen. Vaccine is Impfstoff. Impfstoff. To vaccinate, like to vaccinate someone, impfen. Impfen. This is the main verb. And the word Impfstoff comes from the verb impfen. However, if you want to say to get vaccinated, you could say sich impfen lassen. Sich impfen lassen. And the verb that you are allowed to change when you put it with other pronouns is the verb lassen and of course sich. So impfen is the verb that stays the same. For example, you could say Ich lasse mich impfen. Ich lasse mich impfen, which means I'm getting vaccinated. Or literally it means I'm letting myself get vaccinated. Ich lasse mich impfen. And you change the verb lassen and sich based on the pronoun. However, impfen, or the main verb, always stays at the end unchangeable. This is one of the extra complicated ways of saying things in the German language. Now, let's go through the words to make sure we've got everything. Pandemie, Pandemie, soziale Distanzierung, soziale Distanzierung, Maske, Maske, Abstrich, Abstrich, Bestätigung, Bestätigung, maximale Anzahl von Personen, maximale Anzahl von Personen, Kontaktfall, Kontaktfall, Kontaktperson, Kontaktperson, Ausgangssperre, Ausgangssperre, Grenzen, Grenzen, geschlossen or offen, geschlossen, offen, Impfstoff, Impfstoff, impfen, impfen, and finally, sich impfen lassen, to get vaccinated. Sich impfen lassen. And gratuliere. That was this lesson. I know that it is an exceptional lesson because of COVID, and hopefully you won't need to use those words, but if you do, if you come to Germany or Austria and you come across COVID in general, I hope those words could help you. And I will see you in the next lesson. Until then, have a nice day and bye-bye. Willkommen zurück, and welcome back to a new lesson. Shall we start? Let's start with the words from our last lesson, the Corona lesson. The new words were Pandemie, Pandemie, soziale Distanzierung, soziale Distanzierung, Maske, Maske, Abstrich, Abstrich, Bestätigung, Bestätigung, maximale Anzahl von Personen, maximale Anzahl von Personen, Kontaktfall und Kontaktperson, Kontaktfall, Kontaktperson, Ausgangssperre, Ausgangssperre, Grenzen, Grenzen, geschlossen und offen, geschlossen, offen, Impfstoff, Impfstoff, impfen, impfen, and finally, sich impfen lassen. Sich impfen lassen. Our topic for today is about health in general. Health means Gesundheit. Die Gesundheit. Do you remember what the word was for healthy, the adjective? Gesund. Exactly. Health is die Gesundheit. A doctor could either be der Arzt or die Ärztin. Arzt for the masculine form and Ärztin for the feminine form. You have to add en and change a into a umlaut. Do you remember this from the previous lessons? A medical specialist in general is either der Spezialist, or die Spezialistin. Die Spezialistin. Here you only have to add en. Therefore, the word Arzt and Ärztin are the exception. Usually, only en should be enough to make a word from masculine to feminine. A nurse is Krankenschwester. Krankenschwester. An assistant is Assistent. Assistent. For the feminine form, you say Assistentin. En. The word assistant is no exception. The hospital is das Krankenhaus. Das Krankenhaus. And krank means sick. So the word Krankenhaus comes from the word krank, and Haus means home or house. A department, whether it's in the hospital or in the mall, it doesn't matter. A department in general is die Abteilung. Die Abteilung. And if you want to say to be in good health, you say bei guter Gesundheit sein. Bei guter Gesundheit sein. Sein or the verb is at the end of the sentence. However, if you want to say I am in good health, here you can change the verb into the second word. Ich bin bei guter Gesundheit. The doctor's office is Arztbüro. Arztbüro. So you just bring the two words together. Arzt and Büro. And here you don't need the connecting S. Hospitalization is Krankenhausaufenthalt. This is a long word, so try to divide it. Krankenhaus, which means hospital. Aufenthalt, which means to care, for example. Krankenhausaufenthalt. Try it again. Krankenhausaufenthalt. Medical checks, or to check in general, is Beurteilungen. 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 A hospital bed is Krankenhausbett. Krankenhausbett. And as you can see, again, you only have to bring the two words together. A side note, when you have such words that are actually two words combined together, the article of those words depends on the article of the second word. In this case, Bett. Regardless of the first word or the article of the first word, it doesn't matter. You only have to look at the article of the last word. In this case, Bett. So you have to see the article of the word Bett, which is das Bett. Therefore, hospital bed or Krankenhausbett is das Krankenhausbett. Visiting hours are Besuchszeiten. Besuchszeiten. Besuchs, which means visiting with the connecting S, of course, and Zeiten, which means times. Besuchszeiten. An ambulance is Krankenwagen. Krankenwagen. Austria, you can dial 133 for 911, and in Germany, you could dial 110. To go to the hospital is zum Krankenhaus gehen. Zum Krankenhaus gehen. Another side note, zum is the same as zu dem. It's some kind of shortcut Germans use, but we are going to talk about it later. Zum Krankenhaus gehen. Now, let's go through the new words. Gesundheit. Gesundheit. Ärztin. Ärztin or Arzt. Ärztin oder Arzt. Spezialist. Spezialist. Krankenschwester. Krankenschwester. Assistent. Assistent. Krankenhaus. Krankenhaus. Abteilung. Abteilung. Bei guter Gesundheit sein. Bei guter Gesundheit sein. Krankenhaus. Aufenthalt. Krankenhaus. Aufenthalt. Beurteilungen. Beurteilungen. Krankenhausbett. Krankenhausbett. Besuchszeiten. Besuchszeiten. Krankenwagen. Krankenwagen. 133 oder 110. 133 oder 110 for 911. And finally, ins Krankenhaus gehen. Ins Krankenhaus gehen. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it was useful. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson of this course. Let's start. Those are the new words from our last lesson. Let's go through them one more time before we start our new lesson. Gesundheit. Gesundheit. Arzt or Ärztin. Arzt or Ärztin, Spezialist, Spezialist, Krankenschwester, Krankenschwester, Assistent, Assistent, Krankenhaus, Krankenhaus, Abteilung, Abteilung, bei guter Gesundheit sein, bei guter Gesundheit sein, Krankenhaus, Aufenthalt, Krankenhaus, Aufenthalt, Beurteilungen, Beurteilungen, Krankenhausbett, Krankenhausbett, Besuchszeiten, Besuchszeiten, Krankenwagen, Krankenwagen, 133 oder 110, 133 oder 100, and finally, ins Krankenhaus gehen. Ins Krankenhaus gehen. So, our lesson for today is mainly about practice and build. So, go through the last couple of lessons, go through the new vocabulary, and see if you've got everything. If not, watch the videos again, and if so, come and let us practice a bit. Let's start. Are you ready? Do you remember those exercises where you write the red lines and at the end we get a dialogue? This is the exact same thing. However, you are going to start. You have to write a question that fits my answer. And then it goes back to normal. So try it. So you are going to start. correct possible way of doing this exercise could be: Was machen Sie an diesem Wochenende? Ich weiß es noch nicht. Sie auch? Ich gehe zu einem Konzert. Klingt gut. Mit wem gehst du? Meine Schwester. Wollen Sie mitkommen? Let's try to translate it. Was machen Sie an diesem Wochenende? What are you doing this weekend? Ich weiß es noch nicht. Sie auch? I don't know yet. You too? Yet is in the word noch. And then you answer, ich gehe zu einem Konzert. I'm going to a concert. And then I say, klingt gut. Mit wem gehst du? Sounds good. Klingt comes from the verb klingen, which means to sound. Klingt gut. Mit wem gehst du? With whom are you going? Mit wem means with whom. And then you could answer, meine Schwester. My sister. Wollen Sie mitkommen? Do you want to come? Mitkommen is to come along, literally translated. So, are you warmed up? Let's continue. Try to answer this question. Haben Sie schon Pläne für den nächsten Sommer? Do you already have plans for the next summer? Try to tell me about your plan in some a bit complicated sentences. A possible answer could be: Ich werde nächsten Sommer definitiv an den Strand gehen. Vielleicht in Spanien oder vielleicht irgendwo anders. Ich weiß es noch nicht. Let's read it together more slowly. Ich werde nächsten Sommer definitiv an den Strand gehen. Next summer, I will definitely go to the beach. Definitive means definitely. Vielleicht in Spanien, maybe in Spain, oder vielleicht irgendwo anders, or maybe somewhere else. And else in this case is the word anders. Finally, ich weiß es noch nicht. I don't know yet. What about you? What are your plans for the next summer? Okay, here you have some new vocabulary that we had. Try to translate them and see if you are still remembering them. Curfew, quarantine, pandemics, virus, social distancing, the borders are closed, and masks. We are going to review the correct answers in a moment. Those are the correct answers. Let's read them together. Curfew is Ausgangssperre. Quarantine is Quarantäne. Pandemics is Pandemie. Virus is the same as in English, but the pronunciation is different. Virus. Social distancing is soziale Distanzierung. The borders are closed. Die Grenzen sind geschlossen. And finally, masks are Masken. How are we doing so far? Try it again. Let's see if you've remembered everything. Let's compare our answers. Health is Gesundheit. Hospital is Krankenhaus. Doctor is either Arzt or Ärztin. Arzt, Ärztin. Nurse is Krankenschwester. Kranken, Schwester. Visiting hours are Besuchszeiten. Besuchszeiten. And finally, ambulance is Krankenwagen. Krankenwagen. It's been so long since we've done translation exercises. Let's try them. Translate the following. Next weekend, I'll be on holiday. I'll be in the mountains with my wife and our 3 children. We'll eat in a restaurant and stay in a luxury hotel. Try it, and we are going to compare the right answers in a moment. The correct answer is: Nächstes Wochenende fahre ich in den Urlaub. Ich werde mit meiner Frau und unseren 3 Kindern in den Bergen sein. Wir werden in einem Restaurant essen und in einem Luxushotel bleiben. Let's read it again. Nächstes Wochenende fahre ich in den Urlaub. Ich werde mit meiner Frau und unseren 3 Kindern, because of Dative, remember, in den Bergen sein. Wir werden in einem Restaurant essen und in einem Luxushotel bleiben. How are you doing so far? Try it again. This time, in 2 weeks, I'll meet with a friend to go to a festival. I love music and my favorite band is playing in our city. We will be there until night. And until means bis. So try it. Try to translate it into German. The correct answer is: In 2 Wochen treffe ich mich mit einem Freund, um zu einem Festival zu gehen. Ich liebe Musik und meine Lieblingsband spielt in unserer Stadt. Wir werden bis Nacht dort sein. Let's read it again. In 2 Wochen treffe ich mich mit einem Freund, um zu einem Festival zu gehen. Ich liebe Musik und meine Lieblingsband spielt in unserer Stadt. Wir werden bis Nacht dort sein. Should we do it again? This time the sentence is: As long as the borders are closed, we won't be able to travel. We'll have to wear masks and respect the new curfew. As long as is solange. And respect in English is the same in German. Respektieren. Try to translate it, and you are going to compare our answers in a moment. The correct answer is: Solange die Grenzen geschlossen sind, werden wir nicht reisen können. Wir werden Masken tragen müssen und die neue Ausgangssperre respektieren. Again. Solange die Grenzen geschlossen sind, werden wir nicht reisen können. Wir werden Masken tragen müssen und die neue Ausgangssperre respektieren. So, how was it? And that's it. That's the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it was useful, and we will see each other in the next lesson. Bye bye.